Sorry about that, guys. Lost the audio there right at the start. A few little teething problems. This is the Predator Austrian Euro Tour. We're coming to you live from the Alpina Alpendorf Hotel here in San Johann, Austria. You may have been with us for the past 8 days. Some great events there, and we've got some really good stuff coming up for you here as well. And there's a scary sight. Josh Villa waiting his turn at the table. Pretty good kick, but no reward for it. So a nice easy starter. Now, does this 3 pass the 6? If it doesn't, well, he's having a good look to see if it goes past the 7, if he can play short side on it. Oh, it must pass the 6 then. Purple 4 waiting by the top left. Using the Predator Arcos II balls, so that's the purple 4. Really is the man in form. Josh Villa, he's won 7 out of the last 10 Euro Tours, believe it or not. And his opponent, Rafael Balazzo, knows he's got his hands full here. Now, it's alternate break, but you get 2 breaks in a row, and this is a really, really... Well, I love the format. It's really good. It's tap balls as well. There's no template. The balls have been tapped. It's a race to 9, as you can see on your screens, bottom left-hand corner. And bottom right-hand corner with this 8 ball. And I saw something while Joshua was warming up that I've never seen before. He was wearing earpods. You don't normally see him wearing earpods during warm-up. So, something new for me. My name is Mark White and I'm flying solo for this one. I hope you got your seatbelts fastened, guys. This could be a bit of a whirlwind match. Double elimination, 199 players. Of course, there's a really, really big and strong field for this Euro Tour. A lot of players have stayed behind. I think I read something like 25 of the top Pro Billiard Series ranked players are here. So very, very strong contingent. Felix Vogel will be looking to carry on his amazing form, which he showed in the Billard Beckman Men's Open, beating Wu Kunlin in the final. What a great tournament it was for the young German, following in the footsteps of this great German. And who's to say that by the time Felix is Joshua's age, he'll have won as much, if not more, as Joshua. That's gone a little bit wrong. He's normally the best in the world at that kick and stick. First chance for Rafael, the Austrian. Yeah, whenever you're putting pace into those side pockets, you've got to be so accurate. And there'll be a few nerves for him on home soil. Just going back to the earpod story, I find it a little bit worrying that Josh wants to focus even more. We all know how dangerous he is as he is. coming short side on this 3. Well, that's only just about perfect. One rail across the face. Oh, he's gone just a fraction too far. So we'll use the bottom rail here. Top rail on your screens. Going forward with a little bit of left-hand spin, swinging it in and out the corner. 6 and the 7 into the same pocket here. Good start from Joshua. I may have to draw across, or can just run through and cannon the 9 as well. Has to be careful he doesn't block the pocket though. Dodge the cannon very, very nicely. And now some left-hand spin to run the cue ball out of the corner. Six and 7 in the bottom right, 8 and 9 in the bottom left. The result is 2-0, and it will be the turn of Raphael to break off. He will have 2 breaks now himself. So there's lots of games in play at the moment, guys. And we're going to be here with you all week on Pro Billiard TV, streaming 3 tables for you, 2 with commentary. On table 3, a little bonus for you, but no commentary on there. But maybe your favourite is on table 3. So check out the other tables from time to time. Yeah, I think the white was on its way to the corner. No 3-point rule met though. Failed to mention that, guys, at the beginning. We are playing 3-point rule. So a point for each ball down and a point for each ball past the head string. He made a ball and only got the 8 ball past. So it's only 2 out of the 3 he needs. Oh, look at this for skill. Look at this. Oh, Joshua Filler, you are a naughty man, you know. Well, I'll be very happy with that. Could have gone a lot worse, couldn't it? So the air rushes out for the German. Just a reminder for you guys, we are playing the 3 foul rule. I can see some people asking, why did Joshua come to the table after Raphael potted a ball on the break? We're playing the 3-point rule. You must make a total of 3 points. Each point available for the ball down and a point for everyone past the head string. Now, even though he made the 1 ball, he only got the 8 ball past the head string, so only made 2 of the 3 possible and needed points. So Joshua comes to the table. Oh, and he's hit the 8 ball, which he put in the kitchen. And now Joshua, with all the work up the business end of the table, scratching his head, needs to get from the 2 to the 3. Possibility of a 3-4. Can play short side on the 4 as well, on the 3 rather. Goes into this bottom left, goes into the side, goes to the top left. He's got all options. So running it round 2 rails. Wow, look at this for a shot. Absolutely spot on. Talk about feeling it. You can show somebody the angles. You can teach them the angles with the ghost ball and many other ways, of course, but the actual stroke, you can only teach them so much. It's a feeling. And once you've had that feeling once, you never forget it. And that's what you spend the rest of your life striving for, that perfect stroke. I'm 64. I get it occasionally. Well, he's the wrong side of this slightly. May have to play the 8 in the side now. Little draw off of the 6 ball. Just pushes it through, doesn't he? And now play this with a bit of left-hand spin. Oh no, he's come short side. Well, he's made a little bit of a mess of that one. It's still on. He's a little bit close to the rail, and a lot of players will play this to the top left. He's going top right. Oh, no problem. Right in the heart. So to use the tennis analogy, 1 break of serve. Rafael will be breaking again, but remember, he's got to make those 3 points. Otherwise, Josh will be straight back at the table again. So all the info you need, guys, for this Euro Tour, there's men's and women's. You can go to EPBF.com. That's the European Pocket Billiards Federation, the EPBF.com. And there's all the information you need on there. Back to this. Rafael needs to make 3 points. 3 points made. And he's made a ball down as well. Unfortunately, he's covered on the 1 ball. He may have a little snick at it, but doesn't really have too much to go at, I don't think. Or does he? Oh, perhaps he does have the angle. 60 seconds after the break. 30 seconds thereafter. Yeah, he has got this look. No, he hasn't. I didn't think he did. So just looking at the safety, and that's not good enough. He knows it as he goes back to his chair. When you're playing this man, you need to cover. If you don't, that's what he does. Now, what about the 4 ball? Goes in the side, of course. But he hasn't got many options. Does it pass the 9, the 7? No, it doesn't. Full ball cannon on the 7 would be okay. Oh, now a little awkward. Cueing over the 7, calls the extension. May just have to run this in, you know, and leave himself a more awkward 5 ball. Well, he's digging down. He's playing the little draw shot. I wonder if he was playing Fedor Gorst or even Felix Vogel, would he have gone for that in that manner? Very tricky shot. Had to put pace into it, into the side. Maybe just didn't cue it as nice as he normally does. Big shot coming up. Going round 2 or 3 rails here. Well, with all that's gone before, that is a great shot. Really fabulous shot. Needs to punish Joshua here. Needs to let him know that he's around. And if Joshua does make mistakes, he's going to get punished for it. Well, a little bit hurried there, Raphael, I think. Nerves will be high. Joshua, one of the best players in the game regarding his strategy and safety prowess. But he's going attacking here. Now, as long as that 8 still goes, which it does. Perfect angle on this 7 ball. Swing it round 3 rails. Even 4 rails. Oh, look at that. Do you think he's got the speed of the table? I think he enjoyed that one. Little puff of the cheeks there. Yeah, now Joshua with 2 breaks to come. Won both of those. He's feeling the heat out there, though. I don't know what the weather is like today in Austria. Won't be too different to where I am, I don't think. I'm in Thailand. Well, it's 28 degrees there at the moment. 32 where I am, so not much difference. Now then, it looks like Raphael's taken a little bit of a break, so he's taken his time out. Quite early for a timeout, but I can't blame him after losing the first 4 racks. So I'm going to leave you just for a minute or so, guys, and be back with Joshua Filler to break off, leading 4-0 in this race to 9. Welcome back, guys. Josh Filler breaking off. Made the 3-point rule, no problem. But he didn't make a ball, and there's a chance here on the 1 for young Rafael Biasio, local man from Austria. There's a decent angle on this, can go to the side rail, just digging down slightly. Got to decide whether he goes before the side pocket or just after it. It's a little bit risky, especially if he doesn't cue it right. Won't get the desired reaction from the cue ball. And once again, trying to manoeuvre that cue ball around has made him miss the ball. And look at this, his perfect angle for a nice soft little draw between the 3 and the 4. You got to feel for the guy. He's obviously struggling out there. Must have looked at the draw with intrepidation, I would think. Okay, you want to play the best players, and I suppose if you're going to play them in double elimination, if you are going to lose, get it out of the way early. Fight through the one loss side. Has had a few 5th place finishes, the young Rafael. But this man has had 7 first-place finishes in the last 10 Euro Tours. And he's well on his way in this match as well. And still has a break to come now. Just watch how quick these balls rack, guys, with a tapped table. No template, no rack. The table has been tapped with a special template, and then the balls will just sit nicely in the rack. There's Alex Kazakis over on table number 2, guys. That's available for your viewing pleasure as well. Gethin Davis will be taking care of business over on that table. He's up against Manuel Letzel, another German. Alex 3-1 up in that one at the moment. Nothing attacking on the 2, but what it does do is gives him a great chance to control the table in behind the 4. Oh, he's changed his mind. No, he hasn't. We'll be trying to bank this into the bottom right-hand corner. He's called it wrong. Possible to the top left. You can't leave him a sniff of anything. And showing his opponent full respect as well. It's tough out there for this young man, but Joshua Filler is rubbing salt in the wound, isn't he? Forces another mistake from the young Austrian. Just such a compact player, Filler. There's hardly anything that can go wrong with his action. You very, very rarely see him miss a ball because of bad cueing. Sometimes just misjudgment or trying to do a little bit too much with a cue ball. But when your positioning is as good as his, you can't blame him, can you? Such an immaculate cue ball. He plays such a simple game, but somehow he's still exciting to watch. Just something about left-handers, I think, in general, that they always seem to have that different spark to a lot of players. You see it in most cue sports. And this is turning into the nightmare that young Raphael has probably been having since he saw he drew fill up. Elsewhere, Petri Mäkinen, the man with the big break, has been playing this morning. He beat Hungarian Guraki. Actually, it's on the hill, to be honest. He's 8-3 up, beg your pardon. Hamza Al-Waidi, who had a couple of decent matches last week here in Austria. He's taken the first rec against Marco Melina. Yeah, ball down 2 across the head string. The break is legal. So let's have a little survey of you guys watching. Do you prefer the 3-point rule, guys? And how do you like this alternate break with 2 breaks? Personally, I think it's great. It's a little bit of extra spice to a match, 2 breaks in a row. What do you think? That's a decent shot there. It's one of those 2-rail kick and sticks, though, for Joshua. This is kind of his signature shot, isn't it, this one? Oh, he's jumping. He's not going 2 rails. Perhaps the 2-railer isn't on. He's going aggressive here. Oh, another great shot. He's got the hook back. Could see the jump cue once again from Raphael. Saw a video of Joshua out on a pedalo earlier on today on the lake, having a bit of relaxation. Well, he could well take on the combo here. Hold the back pay. Oh, look, he's fluked the 2 ball. Raphael was out of his seat. Of course, this is 9 ball. You don't have to nominate. Jelly rolls count. Oh, it's just not fair, is it? Josh Filler doesn't need rolls like that. He's already too good. You could just hold this now for the 7 in the side. Just like a nice soft draw. Little bounce off the back rail. Oh, maybe he can just hold it. Yeah, he could. He's a lean, mean potting machine. Rack 7 goes to the German. Just 2 away now. One more break to come from the Austrian. Plenty of action all day for you guys across 3 tables on Pro Billiard TV. Match is coming up at 1:30, 3 p.m, 6 p.m, and 7:30 for you today. 4 days of non-stop action. Tomorrow we'll be starting at 10:30, and then 12, 2, 5, and 6:30. EPBF.com. Keep up to date, guys, and you can also visit the Pro Billiard Series.com website as well. Oh, he's really got a hold of that. He's really suffering at the moment. Cued that really nicely, but the problem is when you're not getting very much table time, it's very hard to get the pace of the table. I'm not sure whether he went full-bloodedly at that one. May have played it as a 2-way. It's got the bank. 4-ball cross-side, as they say in the States. Yeah, very nicely done. So now a really good chance to get himself on the scoreboard. No one likes a donut. Well, not without sugar or frosting on, that's for sure. So done really well on that 3-ball after overrunning the position. Yeah, I'm actually not at the venue. It's all remote these days. The wonderful availability of great technology now means that we don't have to get on aeroplanes for endless hours and queue at airports. We can do it from the luxury of home, and I'm actually here in Pattaya in Thailand. As we see Raphael getting his first rack on the board, which is great to see. But Joshua now with 2 breaks and the chance to close it out. Oh, he's not going to make the 3 points. Not that it matters. There's no ball down anyway. The great Torsten Holman is in town as well, and he's won his first match 9-5. Playing under the American flag now, just got his citizenship. Of course, that means he'll be available for the USA Mosconi Cup team. All the Europeans defecting. We, of course, have Johann Reising there. As we see, well, there's some good players amongst that lot, look. Watching the young Austrian, I'm sure. Cheering him on. Albin will be in action later as well. Yeah, he was trying something a little bit difficult there, hoping to miss all the traffic twice. I think there's a gap between the 9 and the 4 to go rail first. Or does he have a piece of it? He certainly did. I wonder, did he think he might get a little bump on the 9 there, maybe? But he's okay, he's still on this. Cue ball going near to the 6, though. That's why he didn't play it. Well, he's got the hook, but I don't think it's going to be good enough to keep Joshua quiet. I think he can jump this okay. Maybe draw as well off of the 4. Well, he could hardly call it a wobble. But he has gone off the boil just slightly, Joshua. Normally expect him to make that one. And all the while, this young man gaining confidence. He's going to have to play. Well, he hasn't got to. There is a 6-7 combo, of course. I'm just wondering what kind of angle he has. Could he draw short side into the... Play the 6 in the side, but maybe not. Maybe a bit straight here. So it's... concentrating once again so much on where the 6 ball was going. He forgot to pot the 7. Three balls away from the hill. There's plenty of mountains around this region. And the young Austrian is going to have to climb one if he's going to come back into this 9 ball for 8-1. There it is. I saw Sanjin Perlevanovic playing earlier on, and he's lost his first one to Georgi Georgiev. Georgi, of course, getting to the semi-finals of the recent Predator Billard Beckman Open, where he lost out to the eventual winner, Felix Vogel, but he's going well here. Good vein of form at the moment for the for the Bulgarian, I should say. Beating Sanjin Perlevanovic 9-5. So Sanjin going to the one-loss side. Double elimination down to 32. He's on this 2-ball. A bit awkward to reach. Just come around 2 rails for the 3 into the side. Wow, look at the amount of cue overhang there. He's actually bridging with the cue joint going through his thumb and forefinger there. They'll do anything to get away with using the bridge, won't they, these pool players? The only possible banana skin and saviour for young Raphael will be the 6-ball position onto that. He's overrun this 5 slightly. Just a little bit awkward with the 9 there. Wow. Just bump it out of the way, why not? What a shot he's played there. Do you know, this guy is just so good on angles. Now the draw. Keep the head still. Look at him looking over the cue with the left eye. Almost a masterclass from the master. 7 in a row he's won. 7 of the last 10. And Raphael with the high 5. A very, very good performance for the young German. It's the one-loss side for Raphael. Thanks for joining us, guys. Don't go anywhere. We've got more action coming up for you throughout the day here on Pro Billiard TV. I'm Mark White. Thanks for your company, and I'll see you a little bit later. Ta-da for now.
And the Austrian Predator Open Tour, Euro Tour, coming off the back of a fantastic 8 days here in the Austrian Alps. We remain in St. Johann in Pongau at the hotel Alpina Alpendorf, and we are back for our second match of today's play on the live stream. The winners round 1 matchup, and we've picked a lovely, lovely pairing. Ouschan, a very big home hopeful, takes on a strong and experienced Pole, Marius Nitki. Looks like Marius has won the lag as well. This is 9-ball, tap tables, race to 9, and it's alternating 2 breaks per player. And I mentioned this is an interesting matchup, really because of the experience that Nitki brings to the table. He will not be daunted at all by the prospect. I've been just checking something with one of our officials, but I'm looking forward to this. This could be a great encounter early on, day 1 of the Austrian Predator Euro Tour. Made a ball off the break. Not too sure if that one's available for the top right, but if it is, that will suit Marius. I did forget to mention, I'll be flying solo with you for this match. My name's Gethin Davis, and also both players are under the shot clock, as you'll see in the bottom left of your screen. And they will have one extension they can call each per rack. Yeah, that one ball does not look available to the top right. Could be a very delicate shot to play in rolling the cue ball up against the 7. Well, he's played a good cue ball, nearly potted the 7, which would have kept him at the table here for this shot. However, our first look at Albin at the table. What does he got to look at? He's looking like there may be an edge of this 1 ball, but it did look like he was very close to... Looks like he's very close to the 4. I'm not sure he can slide past that, you know. There was the gap. And Albin's played a very nice shot there. First shot of the day for him in live match action. Both players did have a bit of time to warm up. A previous match finishing about 30 minutes ago, so they will both be a little used to the cloth, but on the run of the balls and the pace of the table, but in match play, well, things can just tighten up a little bit. So far, good safety has brought Nitki to the table with a great escape, and he's taken out the 1 and the 7 on his way and will remain at the table. Great result from that escape. However, he's going to have to pick off a difficult 3 here to continue on the offense. Oh, he has. Will the cue ball behave? I'm not even sure that that cue ball has come far enough that he can play rail first and make contact. This would suggest he can. He may even go for the pot here. did or didn't. It didn't go, and that 4-ball has tracked right back across the table and dressed up over the corner pocket. Very unfortunate for Mariusz there, because with his escape from Albin's safety, he looked like he'd put himself in pole position. And this is what Albin played for, the longer 5 into the bottom right corner. There's an opportunity to, straight out of the blocks, take one against Mariusz's break. His arm very close to that 8-ball. Navigated well. Albin making the last 16 in the Billard Beckman Men's Open that concluded day before yesterday. And he was one of the Austrian hopefuls in that event. However, he went out in the last 16 to a thrilling shootout, losing to the eventual event winner, Felix Vogel from Germany. So Albin looking to bounce back and go deep in this EuroTour event. And like I said, we'll be getting a lot of the home support. I mentioned a home favourite over on our other table, table 2, where you will be greeted with my dear colleague Mark White in the commentating box. Very interesting encounter. Torsten Homan taking on another home hopeful, Daniel Guttenberger. As you can see in the schedule of events, and we already have matches picked out for our 3 p.m. slots as well. Jasmine Ouschan taking on Jolien Schuurman. And our Billard Beckman winner, Felix Vogel, also in action at 3. So some nice matches to come throughout today. We'll have 4 days of play. We have 3 stream tables, 2 with commentating. All can be found on the Pro Billiard TV YouTube channel. And if you're enjoying it, please do like, share and subscribe. We really love your support. Now Mariusz will be a little bit disappointed not to get that opening set, especially after that fortune he'd got from the escape. However, on this occasion, nothing off the break, and Albin out of his seat. What is he taking a look at? Good look at the 1. 2-ball at the bottom of the table. A little cluster with the 4-9-5, but I don't think that would present Albin too much difficulty. This, he could really get his teeth into this. As you can see there, just didn't get the action he was hoping for, or rather the power he was looking to put into that shot. And that now has left him a little trickier position on this blue 2. I'm just wondering if he's able to play it delicately enough to hold for the red 3, or if he's going to have to come up and down the table. That might have been the little quandary he was bouncing his head left and right to there. Ran into the 3, was maybe looking to get a little bit more success if making contact. Little look to the heavens, now left with a very tricky cut if he wants to take this on. We did see Albin on the final day of our PBS event here. He was in the crowd with more Austrian players, Mad Max Lechner and Mario Hay, watching on over Albin's sister in the final of the Belarus Carino Women's Open. She met up with Soa in that final. Soa taking a very nice victory there. But yes, Jasmine, Albin's sister, back in action here at the EUROTOUR. And that, disappointing miss for Albin, but it was a very difficult 3 to take on. How's Marius's cue ball? Oh, very nicely done. Yeah, that was a difficult shot for Albin to take on. However, would have been rewarded if he'd have made it. On this occasion, Marius to the table, and he'd be keen to get a point on the board and just secure one from his set of 2 breaks, because it will be Albin returning to the table with his set of 2 breaks to come. We've seen Marius over the years, very accomplished player, very loyal to the European circuit. Comes from a long list of tough Polish players, quite a few here representing in this EUROTOUR event, both in the men's and women's event. That's going to leave him with a thin cut. Not as much distance between the cue ball and object ball, so slightly less trickier, but needing the extension on his cue for the stretch. Oh dear, that's gone wrong. What has gone right, though, is there's a lot of distance between the cue ball and the 8, but that was overcut, and it really wasn't a nice-looking 9 either afterwards. Albin's missed a cut into this top pocket just now on the blue 2. This one a bit trickier because of where the cue ball is against the short rail. Albin willing that cue ball up the table a bit more, but really did the main job in making sure of the pot. That was a difficult 8 ball to take on. Hasn't been left very nice on this 9. We'll be looking to take the bank. Keep your eye on that top right pocket from the overhead. Ooh. I'm not even sure he went for that, you know. That was played rather high, a bit too high for Albin's accuracy. And if it was a defensive shot, it's not turned out that well, because Albin just made one similar to this at the other end of the table. Good opportunity here for Nitki to get his point on the board, and a valuable one it would be. Ooh, a close look at that cue ball. It was threatening that top right pocket, but on this occasion, Marius did not overcut the ball and gets the point on the board. Albin out of his chair. He'll now get his set of 2 breaks on this tap table. I mentioned about our other match over on table 2. We also have a match from the earlier round still underway, or it may have finished, but it was on table 3 between Daniel Resch, another Austrian hopeful, taking on a very tough Mustafa Alnar. And the Austrian was 8-7 in the lead there when I left it to start this match. And I'll keep an eye on who will be coming up next on table 3 for you as well. Albin with a little look over at Marius. Not enough balls going past the head string. Three-point rule in effect. That brought Marius to the table, but he doesn't fancy it. He's giving it back to Albin. There's an always option for a push off the break. A lot of distance between the cue ball and the one here. A lot of the traffic at the other end of the table. Be interesting to see which way Nitki chooses to go here. Looking for cover, looking for cover. I don't think he's got it. How did the 6 and the 1 dress up? Oh, as you can see there from that camera angle, a clear pathway for the 1 ball. Potentially a pathway for the cue ball to come back down for the 2 as well. Bringing it round 3 rails, may tap a 4th. That is position for the 2 achieved very nicely. Every ball has a pocket here. It's more about just picking the right route for the cue ball to take. That will work. Could have gone wrong if it had just clipped the 5 higher up. May have brought it in between this and the 3. It's worked out nice. Just looking at where does he want this cue ball after the orange 5, because he's going to need to bring the cue ball from the green 6 down table for the 8. 9 shouldn't be hampering. No, and that's done well. Albin will be looking to tuck the 8 and the 9 into the same pocket here. And to take the first of his 2 breaks. That could prove to be very important as this match develops. And we will see Albin return with the second of his 2 breaks, leading 2-1. So maybe an opportunity just to steal a little march here early on in this winners round 1 matchup. Race to 9. Over on our other table, with commentating from Mark White, Torsten Homan has taken an early lead there against another home hopeful, Daniel Guttenberger. Torsten leading 3 racks to 1. Many matches underway. Albin now leading 2-1 in this race to 9 with the break. Thunderous pot. Decent control of the cue ball, although it's come up to the top of the table now. It looked like the cue ball was going to freeze dead. That makes this 3 very tricky, but good signs, making balls. Have a look where that 4 ball is. If Albin's going on the offense here, this is going to need a big shot. He's just looking through it now. Oh, great pot. How's the cue ball? He's brought it round the angles, picks up a 4th, and that's leaving him, well, with a good look at the 4. However, the cue ball now is going to pop out somewhere to the area where he's looking, and he needs to be particular because of where that 7 ball is. If the cue ball deadens on him here, he could leave himself in a spot of bother. But a fantastic shot to get round for this 4 ball. He's given himself every chance of staying at the table here and keeping Nitki in his seat. He has done that well. Takes the 7 out of play. Opens up this closing pattern very nicely. That 3 ball, massive for Albin. Similar shot to the one he played on the 4, but he can get into this a little bit more. Bring the cue ball over to the opposite long rail. May not need to. And indeed, it's looking like he will. This 9 ball. Take a 3-1 lead. More importantly, to secure 2 points from his 2 breaks in this alternating 2 break per player format. And in these races to 9, they can be so valuable just to ensure you secure both points from your break. And that now puts Marius in a position where any advantage he had from breaking first has actually been lost. He needs to win these next 2 to bring the scoreline back level. Albin, he can pick one off Nitki's break now. Will certainly be, well, on paper, the favourite from that point. These 2 breaks could prove so important for Marius here. Oh, good contact, good cue ball, but nothing threatening a pocket, and that's quite an unusual sight. Our previous match and this match, looks like the players are starting to get their breaks dialed in very quickly. This one of the rare dry breaks. Now, there is options for save here for Albin. No offense really looks on. And also that 4 ball is in a predicament, not passing the 6 into the corner and not presenting itself as a combination. So for whichever player decides to run out this rack, they're going to need to do something with that 4 unless it's dealt with before. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice indeed. May even get a tap on the table from Marius. And for all budding pool enthusiasts out there, that's a very useful skill to learn locking the cue ball up against an object ball, it just cuts off half the table for Marius to aim at. And where that cue ball has dressed up next to the 8, that makes it a little bit more trickier to hit. He'd ideally love to be able to go the long rail that you can just see at the bottom of your screen there and come back across the table to catch the long rail just next to the 1 ball. But that 7 is preventing that shot. No, was looking to play that slightly wider and then check the cue ball, maybe even banana it a little bit towards the 1. That's not worked out. It's come straight into the 3, and that will be ball in hand for Albin. Reward from his great safety. Oh, and look at the 2. That 2 ball is in such a position that you could look to exploit that and develop the 4 ball. Albin will have been looking at that as we take a very nice look at his Predator cue there. That's what he's played for. I mentioned his cue, one of the Predator team. If you do visit the Predator Cues websites, you'll get to grips with all of the players in that team and the equipment that they use. Very insightful, especially if you're looking for a cue yourself. We recently had Father's Day, and I had a lot of interest in where to go find them. Oh. Well, that hasn't worked out for Albin. However, the combination 4-8 now presents itself, which may be tempting for him. But if just look at that 4 ball, double kissing the 1, throws it back in a precarious spot. So this now a choice for Albin to make. Does he play for the combination off the 3? He has done, I believe. And the reason why I asked the question was because there is a good obvious safe with the 6 ball there. We saw how well he can roll the cue ball up behind object balls. This 4-8 to stay at the table. He's made it, and look at the result he's got there. You'd have to say that's fortunate. Had to punch that cue ball out. It was very difficult with how close they were to making a miss hit on the cue ball or a double hit with the tip. He's done very well there to manipulate this angle. You wouldn't think he was in the position he's in looking at his face. He's very stoic, calm, and sometimes shakes his head like he's not happy out there, but I'm sure he will be with the scoreline. That cue ball needs to slow down, otherwise he won't be happy. But it has, and now he's left with 6-7. And with a nice angle, she'll float down for the 9, and this is good for 4-1. Another valuable point against Niteki's break. That safety on the 7 really reaping Albin rewards. Not the most straightforward of clearances either. And he acknowledges to Marius that there was a little bit of fortune in that, but you make your own fortune in this game. And 4-1, Nitki to the table with his second break. And you can maybe just sense If there is pressure out there to be felt, it will be starting to be felt by the pole around now. Could very much do with getting a point on the board just to keep Albin within range. Daniel Guttenberger coming back on the other table. Torsten Homan now leading 4-2 on our other stream table 2. And table 3 should be underway again. Big break for Nitki here. Made the 1, made the 4. 2 is not misbehaved as we look at that Arcos II ball come to a rest. We have not a bad lookout either. I was just having a quick survey of the table. 3's dressed up nice. Can just focus on the 2. Where does he go from there? He won't mind that nudge on the 8. This and possibly the 7 to 8 could be the 2 key shots for him in this rack. Successfully navigated that one to thread the cue ball through for the 5. Hasn't really had too much of a look at that 7, so clearly is comfortable with his closing pattern in front of him right now. Taking this 7 on to the side pocket. We do know they're playing very tight here. We had a young German just slip up a little bit on a 5 ball on a similar line to this side pocket. This time judged very nicely by Nitki. You have to say, well, they're all going to be important, but you have to say, very important to take this point here. We'll keep Albin within 2. And then Nitki will be looking for a falter off Albin Ouschan's break. Indeed, nicely done. Marius Nitki, very much not out of this yet, is still trailing, but just by 2. And in case of our viewers just joining us now, as you can see, I'm Gethin Davis flying solo in the box for you here. Our next round of matches will be starting at 3 p.m. And if you want to keep an eye on fixtures coming up, results coming in, performances, and also future events, please do visit EPBF.com. That's the European Pocket Billiard Federation, EPBF. You'll get all the links to both the men's EuroTour and the women's EuroTour that are both underway here in Austria. And here we go. That 1 ball tried to hide in the side pocket but didn't. And that is our second dry break of the match. And what a time for Marius to get to the table with an opportunity now to start reeling in Albin against the break as well. You got to look at it. The 2 is in the open. Depends what sort of angle he's got on this. It looked like it would... You'd fancy a little draw into the long rail just to bring the cue ball back out centre table. But if he hasn't got that angle, that's going to make his shot selection a little trickier here. Yeah, as you can see, he didn't have the angle for the shot I was thinking of and had to come back down into the balls, and that's not worked out very well at all. As I mentioned, the 2 ball is out in the open. So Mariusz just looking to jump over the edge of these balls, and I would like to say he's going for the pot here rather than looking to promote any safe. Keep your eye on this. This could be a very nice shot to make. Well, successful jump. That 2 ball has run all the way up and down the table. And there was always the threat that it was going to sell out, but it hasn't done. However, Albin will be making a quick beeline for a good safety here. Just wondering if he was looking at the 6 to try and get the cue ball up behind. He did it very effectively on the 7 earlier in this match. Yeah, that's what he tried to do. Shorter pace this time. And as it's not locked up against an object ball, Mariusz returns with his jump stick. May not need it. There could be an edge for him to play at here. Well, it was more than just an edge. You could see the left-hand side of the 2 with his playing cue. And was looking just to get cover. Hasn't found it. The 2 ball looked like it was going to run out of position instead of being available for the side pocket. But where it has run to, there's a 2-8 combination on. Cue ball will be running. Looks like Albin's picked the combination out. Oh, it said the cue ball would be running. And it was running towards the corner pocket. Didn't drop. Has options on the 2. Difficult pot to take on, to stay on the offense here. And would likely be forced into taking on a tricky 3-6 combination if he does. So see that cue ball tucked in there. A good view of Albin's bridge. Can only see the top third of the cue ball there, if at all. Yeah, and wise play from Albin. The value just wasn't there to go on the offense. That 3 could very well have posed him an even bigger problem, so looks like Nitki's going with the jump stick. He is indeed. There certainly was a 1-2 rail escape perhaps around the back of the 4, but value in going for the jump. Needs to get over the 8. Has done. But as with the previous jump shot, the 2 ball has come around the table and is now in a very nice position for Albin. A lot of shakes of his head, but that's something we've come to see and love him for. Very rarely ever looks happy with the way that cue ball's behaved, even when it's done exactly what he wants it to do. It's just his style. No, I'm not sure he was trying to run into that 6. If he was, he didn't miss it by much. But now could be forced into this combination, and it's not the straightest forward of combinations. A couple of variables to consider here. Oh, nicely played. Played with confidence. Needed to be to get this position on the 3. A little bit of work to do to get the cue ball up for the 4, which is hiding at the top of the table. Around the rails. Needs to bring it just enough and has done. Nothing Marius can do sat in his chair, I'm afraid. Albin will be very much looking forward to getting to 5-2. How's his angle, though? He seems to be comfortably down on the ball. As you can see, difficult to get shape, if at all, for the 7 in the bottom left. So he's going to need to come this way around the table. Needs to avoid the side pocket, which he's done. Not much to work with there. And yes, indeed, this 9 ball to take Albin to 5-2 with a 3-rack lead. And he will get the second of his 2 breaks as well. So promising signs for Albin as we move into the 8th rack in this race to 9. I mentioned we were just going to find out who was coming back on our 3rd stream table. Oh, great matchup. Wojciech Szewczak taking on the German Tobias Heuss. And Wojciech taking a 4-0 lead early on there. Someone who has been performing very, very good, both European-wide and globally. And another one to add to the list of big names here in the Austrian Alps. Albin Ouschan to break, leading 5-2, race to 9. That is something to shake your head about, Albin. Foul off the break. The 1 ball made. So it will be the 2 next up, and Nitki looking kind of nice. I'm just having a look at the pattern left ahead of him. There's no clusters to have to contend with. It was a good, powerful break from Albin. Yeah, brings it through the gap nicely for the 3. We'll be focused on what he's going to do from the 4 to the 5, as there's a little bit of traffic around the balls. Marius putting in a valiant fight. Brings the scoreline back to 5-3. And 2 in it now with the break. We'll get 2 breaks. And a very good chance he could bring this scoreline back to level. And the start that Albin got off to, you felt that it was going to be a mighty challenge for him. But he's worked well, has taken advantage of the ball in hand from Albin's foul on his break. Let's see how Nitki can back up that last rack. Trailing 5 racks to 3 in this race to 9. Oh dear. Returns the favour. Scratch, ball in hand, Albin to the table. 2 balls were made off the break, including the 1, so he's straight on the 2. Very good spread of the balls. This one could be a point on the board in quick fashion for the Austrian here. And not the nicest of times for Marius to be scratching off the break. Just had a quick look over at our other streamed table with live commentating from Mark White. That's over on table 2. And Torsten Homan now in a 6-4 lead against Daniel Guttenberger. The gap not getting any bigger, but the score moving along quite nicely. So Daniel still keeping himself in with a shout in that match. Flying the flag for Austria, as is this man, Albin. And I mentioned it was a great break by Nitki, just a shame on the cue ball. It could have been and should have been him looking at this closing pattern, but it's not. And Albin looking to push on here, restore a 3-frame advantage. And pop one against the Nitki break. Very importantly done. Albin, you would have to say, looking in pole position right now as we just look out over table 2, as I mentioned. There are 4 matches in the winners round 1 now underway, and still quite a few in the first round in play. And so far, some great results for Germany and a couple for the Spanish contingency here as well. If you want to find out the fixtures and results as they come in live, if there's any particular players you want to keep an eye on coming up in the roster, please do visit epbf.com. You can find links to both women's and men's EuroTour events there. And if you're enjoying Pro Billiard TV, please do like, share and subscribe. We really do appreciate your support. Nitki with a very funky glove to break. This time not scratching. However, this time not making anything. That will bring Albin out of his chair. No looky on the 1 ball here. Has the option to play a push. I think that's what he's looking at now, where he can play the push 2. But yeah, after taking advantage of Albin's mistake, Nitki found himself in a position with 2 breaks and the opportunity to get the scoreline back to level. That's now starting to drip away from him here. He will get back to the table with the choice of taking this shot on the 1. If he doesn't like it, he can give it back to Albin in the push-out situation. Mariusz didn't give it back. Looked to take on a very tricky safe. As you can just see, Albin's sister Jasmine in keeping an eye on her brother, but also probably preparing for her opening match in the EUROTOUR women's event. I'll have a little look in there in a minute and see if that fixture has already been announced, but back to Albin. Made the one. Doesn't give anything away with his body language. If anything, you'd feel like he was in an absolute world of trouble, but he's not. Not too sure what he's thinking about here. Maybe he's worried about sliding the cue ball through into trouble. 4-5. May just look to try and freeze the cue ball and take a thinner cut into the side pocket on the red 3. And that's probably what he was fearing. I think he's okay though. The bump on the 6 was quite heavy. It's created a little gap. He should be able to get his cueing in there without hamper. Yeah, he was threatening to bring it back in the way of his bridging again, but it just stopped short. This now shaping up to be a very nice opportunity for Ouschan here. He will not be wanting to let Mariusz back into this match, because Nitki is a very formidable player, especially with momentum on his side at the moment. Albin really cutting out that possibility, and the scoreline, well, ever so increasing in his direction. Needed that to come higher up the table off the long rail. It didn't. Thinner cut on the 8 than he would have wanted, but not a problem. How's the cue ball? Looking very good for 7-3 here in this race to 9 winners round 1 matchup. It is double elimination, so the loser of this match will move over to the losers bracket and still have a chance at making the final stages, but they will have to do it coming the longer route, with each match having their tournament life on the line. So a bit more comfort for those staying in the winner's side of the bracket. Albin now to the table with the start of his 2 breaks, and with the scoreline 7-3, he could have an opportunity here at closing the match out without letting Mariusz back to the table for a break. Just take a look at the match underway in the background over on table 2. A great matchup. One of my favourite players over the years, Torsten Hohmann, 7-4 up against Daniel Guttenberger. Wojciech Szewczak over on table 3, 5-1 up against the German Tobias Heuss. I will have a look at when Jasmine's match is coming up in a moment, as we just wait for Albin to take his break, leading 7-3, race to 9 here in the Austrian Alps. Well, it's all happening. It's all happening. I'm looking suitably disappointed there. And I have to say, that can only be good signs for Mariusz. Even with the scoreline at 7-3, if Albin's just becoming his own worst enemy, that could present an opportunity. We do know how Albin operates. He does like to do things like this to keep his own motivation there. And he is prepared to beat himself up a little bit if he's not done what he expected from himself. That's just his way, and it works very well for him. However, in retrospect, Marius at the table, that's all he could have been hoping for from the Ouschan break. And may be forced to consider the 6-7 later on in this pattern. Or did he leave himself on the 5? What did he leave himself on the 5? Whoa, did he get through that okay? He clearly was straight on it, had to draw back off the long rail. Oh, he did make the gap. Good combination. Oh, and these two balls to take a point against Albin's break could prove really important, especially if there's still momentum to be kept here. And he does. 7-4. It's a comeback. And if Albin's just having a wobble with the break, well, there may be a good opportunity here. And I was just checking up on Jasmine's schedule, and of course I forgot we did see her come up on the schedule in between racks. She's got her next match up against the young Dutch lady, Jolien Schuurman. That'll be coming up at 3 o'clock on our live stream for you. Quite a few good Austrian players here. 2 in action on our table 1 and table 2. And this one, Albin Ouschan, currently in a comfortable lead, 7-4, but doesn't want his break to misbehave here in this race to 9. Well, that's much better for the Austrian in the sense of keeping the cue ball on the table and making the 1 where the 2's dressed up. I'm not too sure it's on. There's a very, very ambitious 2-9 combination to consider, and it may pass the 5. May even be a 2-way shot playing the combination. There is a threat the 2 may leak into the bottom right, and as it's no call, 9 ball. Oh, will it pass the 9? Oh, that's thin if he goes that route. He's gone for the combination bank. Looking for good cue ball. Wasn't my initial route to spot, but he's played that delightfully, focusing on covering the 2, and nearly left the 9 hanging over the pocket, which could have made a combination very appetizing later in this rack. But first, Marius to get contact on the 2, and we'll be looking to get safe. Well, he hit it full in the face. He was probably looking just to take a higher edge on that 2 to run the cue ball up behind the 7. It's not run into trouble in the sense of much to attack, but Albin will be looking to put his opponent in a spot of bother here. That shot seemed to stop Albin in his tracks. I think he was maybe looking to avoid the 5 with the cue ball. The disappointment will be is that this isn't so tricky for Nitki to get out of. And there could be options to get a safe as well. Not guaranteed. Just calling this X extension. Does get 1 per rack. Looks like he's going to play long rail first. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, and a little smile from Albin as Marius resigns him to the fact that that 2-9 combination has been left absolutely peachy for Albin. And, well, reward from the safety, you have to say, but that really is unfortunate for Marius. The scoreline now 8-4 puts Albin on the hill, and Marius has called his timeout, and quite a timely way to do it. Looking for a bit of shift in momentum, maybe splash a bit of cold water on his face. We will leave you with a little look at our other table. It looks like Daniel Guttenberger just returning from a break with Torsten Hohmann at the table. Scoreline there looks like 7-5. And I will return with you very shortly. My name's Gethin Davis. I'll just take a short break with the players, and we'll be back with you very quickly, it seems, for the culmination of this winners round 1 matchup between Albin Ouschan and Marius Nitki. Thank you for staying with us, ladies and gentlemen, as Marius Nitki returns to the table. We will just give you a quick update with regards to the scores. Torsten Hohmann at the table on our other TV table 2, leading 7-5 in that matchup against Daniel Guttenberger at home hopeful. Back on this table, Albin Ouschan on the hill. Another home hopeful he is, taking on the Polish player Mariusz Nitki, scoreline 8-4. And over on our table 3, Wojciech Szewczak absolutely flying along in really good form. He's leading 7-1 against Tobias Heuss of Germany. This will be Mariusz's break, first of 2 to come. He'll be hoping to have both of them. He'll be looking for success in this first rack at the table with his break. He's in a must-win situation now with his opponent only needing 1. So all the pressure on him. As I mentioned, double elimination. So the loser of this match will not go home, but they will have to come the longer way to get to the final stages here. And that is not going to be good enough, I'm afraid. Nitki returning to his chair. Just needed a ball to drop. It hasn't. Albin quickly in to investigate the 3-9 cluster. Maybe looking to pick out a line from that 2 ball to develop it. Not too sure how they're locked up. Maybe if Albin has seen anything a little bit more appetizing in that cluster, but if not, he's going to need to do some movement. Doesn't look like the 3's available to the top left. If it is available to the top left, he could get position on it now. He's played this in such a fashion that the cue ball will be moving away from that cluster. As you can see there. Well, he's giving it a close inspection. We'll see what he's thinking now as he takes this shot. Mariusz just having a look over his shoulder, keeping an eye. And he has frozen that cue ball. Not sure if that implies it goes up into this top left pocket or not. And even in taking this on, there's a little bit of risk that he's not going to get through for the 4 ball at the top of the table, so he was able to play it clean and not move the 9. Pattern opening up nicely for him, but needs to put in another good shot here. Yep. I have to say, that was the shot that puts Albin Ouschan in best position to not let Mariusz Nitki back to the table and to book his place in the next round. In convincing style, you have to say. He's played some very nice shots and very good safety. Just added to the pressure. Mariusz may be a little disappointed with some of his shot selection. But he has played well, didn't drop his head. Albin getting the better of the opportunities, really coming from just stealing a march in the opening couple of racks. And this 9 ball. Will drop and will get a handshake from Mariusz Nitki. He will move over to the losers bracket. Tough winners round matchup for him. Was always going to be tough against Albin. Albin Ouschan winning that quite comfortably, 9-4. Progresses through to the next round. Coming up now on the TV tables. Well, our next match starts in 18 minutes from now on the hour. And if you want to continue watching the live action over on table 2, as you can see in the background, Torsten Homan taking on Daniel Guttenberger. I'll give you no more updates in case you do head over to there. And over on our other TV table as well, you should be able to pick up the end of the action there between Wojciech Szewczak and Tobias Heuss. Szewczak currently in a commanding position there. Thank you all for joining us. My name's Gethin Davis, but please do not go anywhere. We'll be back in 15 or so short minutes for more action from the Predator Women's and Men's Euro Tour. Don't go anywhere. Hey, man.
Hey, Jimmy, you all right? Can you hear me okay? Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for joining. We are here in St. Johann in Pongau in Austria at the Hotel Alpina Alpendorf for the Predator Austrian Open. The game is 9-ball, and we are here in the early rounds. First round match here against, well, someone who doesn't need much introduction. Yasmin Ouschan has pretty much won everything in the game. She's having some very good run of form as well. We've just had 8 days here also in the PBS series, where she made it to the final, just losing out to Seo from South Korea. So she's feeling in, well, probably good stroke, you would say. And she's facing young talent from Netherlands, Schuurman. And she is a very good player indeed. Already won a EUROTOUR a few years back. Had some great results, won many medals in the European Championships as well. But she knows she'll have to be on form against Yasmin, that's for sure. Yasmin wins the lag, has the break. My name's Graham Hickman, and I'll be with you through this match, the twists and the turns. Well, there we see already off the break. She did make a ball, but 3 points in play. She didn't make the point, so it's an illegal break. Which means the turn will pass back to Johann. She can decide to take from here. She has got a look at the one. I don't think it goes. It might be tight. Oh, she's playing the bank. Straight aggressive play, which is great to see. Yeah, the format is alternate break, but each player will have 2 breaks, and then it will rotate back and forwards until the match winner is decided. We have a tap table, so no templates of any kind, no racks. The balls will just sit nicely in the middle of the table. Players are self-racking at the moment till we get towards the later stages of the event. And as you see, there's a shot clock there in play, 35 seconds per shot with an extension per player. And they have 60 seconds from the break shot. But she's ran a little bit far here. She tried to play creative positional shot there. Just ran a little bit further ahead. I mean, still potable, but cue ball is going to be a little bit more travelling. She's overcut it. Yeah, a bit of a shame there. She took the aggressive opener. Tried to punish that illegal break from Yasmin, but hasn't been able to capitalise. Gives Yasmin the first look at the table. Judging by the angle, she's going to have to swing this round off a couple of rails. Probably with a little bit of, maybe top right. Go off a few rails, come around to the left side of the table again. How's the speed? It's not bad. Yeah, she judged that pretty well. Still got a little bit more angle on this 5 than she would have liked, but naturally she's going to be coming back up the table. So she might decide to go around the 6. Yeah, nicely done. Plenty of space in the middle of the table here as well, so doesn't really have to do a great deal with this. Bring it back somewhere to the middle of the table. A little bit of angle would be nice. You can play that 9-ball either down the rail, which is looking likely. She could play around the angles and, well, take the 9 in the side, but I think the natural angle is just to play off maybe 2 rails. Just float the cue ball across and play the 9 in the bottom right hand corner here. Much safer option. Middle bags can be a little bit deceiving on the screen there. It might look like it's straightforward, but it can be quite narrow and tight. Johann unable to take the first chance that was presented, and Yasmin picked up the pieces. Gets the first one on the board. And she does have a second break as well, so This is the thing with this alternate break. It's such a good format. It's been around for a while now, and you can see some swings and roundabouts within the matches, especially if you're unable to get anything moving on your break. Especially in a race to 7. Winning the lag on the ladies' side is really important, because if you win the lag, you get the first 4 breaks out of the first 6 racks, so it's actually quite important. More important than you would normally take for granted as the lag. Let's see if she makes any adjustment from the first break. Well, she made the one in the corner, and she made the points by getting the balls up table, so she stays at the table. This 2, well, it does go in the side, I think, but it's really, really tricky. There could be quite a nasty safety shot here, depending how much of the 2 ball Yasmin can see. I don't know if she can kind of kill the cue ball behind the 3 and 9. The 3 is maybe just sticking an edge out ever so slightly, which just means the cue ball might be a little bit further away from the 3, unless she's playing 1 rail. Yeah, she's playing 1 rail. I think the jump cue could be coming out. I think Yoli likes to jump the ball. She's quite good at jumping the ball as well. Bit of distance here. If she can get over the 9 and the 3, very high chance of hitting that 2. It all just depends what the contact is like for cover. Be great if she can keep the cue ball up table and send that 2 ball back down. She nearly scratched there. Is it going to sit up? No, it's not. But it has landed quite favourable for another hook here. Options to play a stun shot. Bring the cue ball quite close to the 6 ball, or could even run the 2 ball a little bit. Come off the 1 rail. She decided to go off the 1 rail, caught the 2 second rail as well. I think she might have left an edge, maybe. Maybe not. Jolene going back for a jump cue again. Cue ball. She wants to try and hit this 2 ball on the right side, because hitting the cue ball on the left side, the scratches definitely in the corner of her eye. Well, she was able to get some draw on the cue ball, so that stopped it from going anywhere near the pocket. However, hasn't really got it safe. Just left this 2 in the side. I think she's got a pretty okay angle just to come up and down the table. It's all about pace control. Not sure if the 5 ball might come into play a little bit. She might be okay. Just thinking where the 4 ball is. She doesn't want too much angle on the 3, so love to come right back down table. Somewhere in line with the 8 ball would be nice. Oh, she's caught the 5. That was always the risk. This 3 ball is on, but as you can see where the 4 ball is on the bottom rail. Depends how aggressive she wants to play, but you know Yasmin doesn't like to go too crazy if it's not needed. There's a few balls to get cover behind. I mean, she could pop the 3 and play into the 4. That could be an option. Just maybe thinking about that. Just means you're playing to luck a little bit. She's pointing at the top of the table, so that could indicate she's thinking of a safety option. Maybe trying to bank the 3 off a couple of rails back up table. Try and use the 8 ball and 7 ball as cover too. Yeah, I think so. How's the pace? Oh, this could be good. That's a great shot. All about the cue ball there. This could be a little bit more trickier in terms of jumping as well. Can't go off the top short reel. This is a tricky one. Even the left side rail's awkward as well. She might have to go down table. Go off the bottom short rail. Yeah, shot clock there, just creeping away, doing the right thing, taking an extension. This is a tricky shot. She maybe has a 2-rail kick, short rail, bottom short rail, and then the right hand long rail. Kind of come up to the right side of the table and catch the 3 that way. The risk of that is you could scratch or put the 3 ball up. She's gone for pace. She missed it altogether, so ball in hand really changes it up, because position from 3 to 4 now becomes a lot easier for Yasmin. And even though the 9 ball is close to that 6 ball, because the 5 is where it is, if you land pretty straight on that 5, any kind of stop shot would be quite nice connection to that 6. So it's all about this position on the 4 here. Needs a little bounce. It's going to be okay. Well, I say it's okay. It's bounced a lot more than she wanted, I can tell you that. This is not so straightforward as it could have been. She might have to play a bit of a finesse shot here. Can she draw it and avoid the 7? If not, she might have to go all the way up table. Looks like she's going to the left side of the table. Wow, it's all gone wrong. Ooh, has she been lucky there? No. Yeah, maybe I take back what I said. The ball in hand maybe didn't work in her favour. I think the pace on that bottom rail, these tables are obviously just being played brand new today. We did see from some of the earlier matches, they're running very nice. And that also means they're running relatively quick too. And the pace has just caught Yasmin out there. Wow, that's a great shot. Even though she's left it a little bit, she's hit that as well as she probably could. Bit of a tempter for Jolien here. It is thin, but getting on that 6 ball, because the 5's not where it once was, makes position a lot more difficult. She does like to play aggressive. There you see, this might be okay. It looks slow, but it could speed up because the table's still quite fast. Yeah, she's just okay. Thin on the 6, but she is coming towards the 7 and the 8 with the angle. Wondering if she can come, just drop this in. Come to the right side of the 7 as we look at it there and play the 7 in the right centre pocket. Kind of come in between the 8 and the 7 if that angle's on. Don't think she can drop this in, dead weight and hold. Is she playing the bank? Wow, she is. She might have fluked it, you know. Wow. She tried to play the bank to try and hold the position for the 7. I thought the cut might have been a little bit more easier, but has got away from her a little bit. This 7's tricky. She did overcut one earlier, and these ones are very prone to being overcut. Oh, she's nailed that one though. She might need one more. Well, 2 great shots there by Jolien. This will settle her down. She can make this 9. Yeah, she pots it nice. Yasmin will be a little bit frustrated there with herself. She had a chance to get a nice 2-0 lead and win both of her breaks, but wasn't to be. So it's 1-1, and now we move over. We can see how Jolien's breaks will be. Yeah, lots of pool over these last couple of weeks. Obviously, like we say, 8 days prior for the Pro Billiard Series. Mixed doubles events, men's events, women events. A lot of pool. Now we've got 4 more days of EUROTOUR. These ladies are chasing down first prize of €3,500, 20,000 total prize fund. Makes the wing ball and the one. Fortunately though, I think the 9 ball has spoilt the party. So Jolin's just looking there if she's going to push. She's going to push out into a position of a jump. Yeah, Yasmin will probably give this back. I'd be surprised if Yasmin plays the jump from here, just by judging the way the table. They're both right-handed players, so this might be a little bit awkward for stance. But this is what Jolin played and what she had left. Yeah, it was a tricky one. Seen the thinking, but so much could go wrong with that jump. It's always tricky when you kind of get a good break and you put a ball over the corner, or over any bag really. Sometimes a push out doesn't really work in your favour. Even if she pushed into open space, she probably would have left something. Can't criticise the creativity, but it was a very tough shot. Unfortunately, didn't work out this time. 3 ball and 6 ball, quite close together, so it's going to have to be a 3-6 combo. She's got a nice angle to come up for this. The 4 ball really only goes in the bottom right corner. It does go in the sides, but that's not what Yasmin will be thinking about from this positional shot, depending on how it lands. She'll be trying to get this 4 ball in the bottom right, I would think. But all depends how the position lands from this combo. 3 ball shouldn't move too much if she catches it right. Oh, that's worked out lovely. Might be a little bit thin, but she can put it with a trace of left-hand spin. Just use the 2 rails and just come down above the left centre pocket side. Anywhere over that left side pocket area. She should have quite a good look at the 4. Yeah, this looks good. This was a much more favourable option because she doesn't have to do a great deal with the 4 ball here. 5 goes in the side. Question is, does the 7 go past the 9? I think it does. She just looked at it, so just kind of a pull back stun shot here. Keep the cue ball where it is pretty much. Don't do a great deal with it. The natural. Probably have to go off 1 rail here. She's pretty straight, so maybe she can just hold it. She was more than fine. So, yeah, Jolin giving her face a waft there. It is quite hot temperatures at the moment all around Europe. Are experiencing some crazy weather. That tells me that it might be rather warm in the venue, in the hotel. But this is definitely one of the most favourite events. There's a lot of players turn up for this one. Over 200 plus players across men's and women's. Full house in both fields. We've got quite a lot of high standard players in this event. Obviously having the PBS series just before, a lot of players will hang around for this one too. I'm sure everybody will be trying to take down the fillers. They went both winning the men's and the women's in Luxembourg in the last event. So they'll have their targets on their backs for this one, but Yasmin wasn't there for that one. So she'll be fancying herself here. Scratch there from Jolin, and a nice open break as well. Don't really see any major problems. Maybe the 4 ball, but that's going to come into play very quickly. the 4 goes in the side as well, so Yasmin doesn't really have to do a lot with this. It's all about just pace control, because I don't think the 5 goes in the left side pocket. So she wants to play the 5 probably in where she's standing now, or leaning over in that top left corner. Well, she's a bit too much angle here. So if the 5 doesn't go in the side, well, she seems pretty calm about it. So maybe from that angle, yeah, maybe just does go. That changes everything, because now she can just either roll this 4 in or play it off the top cushion, come back down. Depends how much angle she has. Just going up and down. How's the pace? Perfect. She can just pull this back and maybe even leave a nice bit of an angle. Yeah, on this 7 ball, either stun down for the 8 or roll it in, go to the left rail. She's got a few options here. She could even just draw it back a little bit and play a little bit of a thinner 8. Take it in the bottom left corner, come round the 9. That's also an option. Oh, she's coming off the bottom rail. So many ways she could have played that. Judged it well. Just got to drop this in. Natural angle to be on the 9. Very quickly. From 1-1. We're looking at a 3-1 lead for Yasmin. We're back on Yasmin's breaks as well. She's been in some very good form over this past, well, probably last year or so. Very dominant. Arguably probably the greatest women's player of all time, has to be said. I think she's won pretty much everything, especially winning in the PBS recently. I think that was one of the ones she was chasing, given she's won world titles and yeah, everything you could think of. Very decorated. Definitely a home favourite with her and her brother Albin. They'll both be looking to do well here. But still a long way to go in this. It's still race to 7. Jolien has shown that she can take out the balls. Very capable. Just needs to get the chances at the table and try to avoid a few mistakes. That's the danger against a player like Yasmin. Any kind of mistake just gets punished every time. See if she can get the break going. Well, it's a good break, but no luck on the next ball. So Yasmin will be looking for a push-out option here. Yeah, it's an interesting one because the 2 balls kind of in a very much open play. Not much in terms of cover. She might be trying to cause a problem with the 6 and the 5 here. Yeah, it's a smart shot. Couldn't really get any quality of a push out, but sometimes you've just got to make a little bit more problems for your opponent or cause a problem on the table. Yes, that 5-6 is a combo, but it's not as straightforward as it once was. But it gives Jolien a chance at the table. Oh, she hasn't got cover though. Yeah, so where the 3 ball is, it's It's not ideal position from the 2 to the 3, just because of the positioning of the 2 balls. I think she's thinking of just dropping this in, kind of bringing the cue ball above the 3 in a line, try and cut it back. That's what she's tried. It's gone wrong. Yeah, she tried to kind of avoid the 3 on the right side and come above it. But with the brand new cloth, new balls, it can be a little bit more slidey. And the spin maybe doesn't react as good as you would think in the early days, just because of the newness. I don't know how much of the 3 she can hit. Can she keep the cue ball next to the 9? Could be an option for a hookup, yeah. No, she couldn't get all the way there. How's the pace? She hasn't got a cover either, so didn't get punished there for leaving that 2 ball over the corner at Jolene, but she's back at the table. She really needs to find some cover here. That 5 ball does look a little bit inviting, but then the 3 ball is going to kind of come down to the bottom left side and be a bit open. She could be going aggressive here. Whoa, what a shot. Yeah, like I said earlier, she's such an aggressive player, which I love to see. Very, very good ball maker. So she's carved an opportunity for herself. So it comes all back down to that shot Yasmin played at the beginning, with that push out and the 6 ball blocking the path of the 5. So it's going to have to be a 5-6 combo here. Needs it to run. It's a bit short, I think. She might have to play a bank. She has played a few banks already, so it tells you she doesn't mind a bank. Not a massive fan of the combo from this angle. The cue ball needed to run probably another 4 or 5 rotations to be a little bit more comfortable. I mean, if she's going to go aggressive, the bank is the option. But you could sell out if you don't make it. Giving this a good think. Oh, what a great shot. It was the right shot. She already played aggressive on the 3 ball. Would have been strange if she wasn't aggressive there. And now it's worked out very nice. Good angle on this 6 ball. Just pull it back a little bit. Needs to slow it down. Oh, wow. A little bit of adrenaline there. Cue ball has been overrun by a good couple of feet, really. This is a different bank altogether, because it's a lot more difficult if she goes that way, and the cut is very extreme. She has no extension as well, so pressure on this. She hasn't got this one, but she's played it in quite a good way. She hasn't sold out and covered the 7 as well. The only risk is you still bring Yasmin back to the table. And she's a very good safety and kick player. Wonder if she can bend it round the 9 ball. Catch the 7 from the short rail. That's what she's going to try, but the tables are quite new. Oh, she's potted it. Where's the cue ball? It's going to leave a tricky 9. That was a great kick though. This would hurt if Yasmin can pot this one. This cue ball. Well, that tells you everything. Like I said before, bring your opponent to the table. Anything can happen. And unfortunately for Jolene, she was punished there for letting that cue ball get away from her on the 6. And don't blame her taking a little bit of a timeout. So while the players are having a timeout, I will take a moment as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon for the conclusion of this match. Yasmin leading 4-1. Don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back, everybody. Yolene is back from her timeout. Thanks for those who stayed with us. And hello to anybody who is joining us. My name is Graham Hickman. We are here in Austria for the Predator Austrian Open. First round match. One of the hot favourites, Yasmin Ouschan, local favourites from Austria, against Jolien Schuurman from the Netherlands. First to 7. She has a 4-1 lead at the moment, but a dry break here. Hard to tell if the one ball does go past. I don't think so. Well, it does. The only danger was getting the cue ball out of there was quite tricky. She's now faced with a lot longer 2-ball she would have liked. But the 3-ball is over the corner. She's got to commit to this one and might even have to punch it around a couple of rails. Should have a look at the 3 really. Doesn't want to be on the rail. She'd like to have something to work with. That's not bad. It's a great pot. Not sure if the angle's a bit too much on the 3. Can she just play this natural? Just maybe with a little bit of left spin. And just come above the 6. Kind of into the line of the 4. Because it does cut in the side. She's taking an extension, so it's not as straightforward as it looks. I do like that kind of shot. Maybe just with a touch of left. Come down towards above the 6. Yeah, I think that's the right shot. She's played it really well. What a great shot. Because she's close to the 4, she might even be able to just cinch this one in with a bit of finesse and kind of keep the cue ball not too far away from where the 4 is. Well, she might have to use the bottom rail. Could be a bit thinner than it looks on the screen. Well, she was able to hold, so that's good. This could be a great rack. Just 1 or 2 shots away from getting in, let's say, prime position, because that's 7 next to the 9. Needs a bit of care as well. Well, how's the angle? She might have to come down the left side of the table here. She looks a little bit straight, or if anything, going slightly to the left, so she could just draw this down past the centre pocket. Play the 7 in the bottom right. How's the speed? It's a little bit short. Judging by this, she might have to go into the 8-ball here, which means that she might have to hope for a bit of luck. But looking at the angle, if she can catch the 8-ball pretty full, she could bounce the 8-ball up table just a little bit towards that top left corner pocket. Kind of have a look at that with the cue ball. That might work. Oh, she got the double kiss. That was so unlucky. That was a millimetre away from what I was thinking. Just to have a look at the 8 in the top corner. But again, not able to capitalise. Does she go for the back again? I don't like it really. She might have to play off the right edge. Try and just put the 8-ball somewhere in line with the 9 and put the cue ball up table, or vice versa, put the 8 up table. She kind of went for the bank with an element of safety. This is tough. Full table jump. Ooh, that was close. Where's it going to finish up? Oh, Yasmin. That is naughty. Smile from Jolene there. It's another example of when your opponent comes back to the table, anything can happen. I think that might even be on the point. Which means I don't even think she can go down table and then come up table. Maybe she can. And just flick it in the side. If it's not on the point, then it's possible. Oh, it's just not working for Jolene, unfortunately, at the moment. It's always tough when you're battling to try and capitalise, and just 1 or 2 little loose shots seems to be costing her. Yasmin still needs to take these out, but she's definitely being punished for her mistakes more than Yasmin is. There we go. 5-1. Extending her lead, Yasmin. Getting ever closer to that finish line. So, an uphill battle for Jolien. Big break needed. Break and run would be just what the doctor ordered. She gets the ball in, and the 1, and a look at the 2, but don't think she made the points. That's why she's looking at the sky. Just a little bit tentative, maybe. She made 2 balls, but as you see where the 6 ball is, didn't go past the head string, and she only made 2 balls, which is 2 points. She needed another ball to go past the head string for that 3rd point. And she has left an open shot at the 2. And Yasmin might just... Not sure if she can go forwards. She might have to punch this into the 9 ball, maybe. 3 ball does go on the top right. Probably could be a smart play. Just punch this in, use the 9 ball to hold the cue ball. Yeah, that'll work. Just drop this in the top. Should have quite a straightforward look at the 4. 5 goes in the bottom right as well. Just needs a nice angle to go up for the 6. This is all pretty dot to dot for these next 3 balls. I think Yasmin could even just drop this 4 ball in. Kind of leave a natural on the 5. I wouldn't do a great deal with this if it's not needed. Okay, shot here. I think she can go forwards if she wants. A little bit of top and left. She could stun it over and try and pull it back a little bit. Yeah, she's going... I like that shot better. A lot less power. More finesse, but this one needs a bit of care. It doesn't look like the perfect angle, so I think she'll have to drop this in. Kind of, not dead weight, but I'm not sure if she can draw it around the 9. It might be... she is drawing it, I think. It's all about speed, this. No, she's trying to just drop it in. Which was more than fine. It's this 9 ball to get on the hill. It was a good break from Jolien, but unfortunately it wasn't legal. Yasmin was quite happy to pick up the open 2 and extend her lead further. And now this is a must-win rack from here. Well, all the racks are must-win going forward. See if she can put a little bit more into the break. It's going to be another illegal break, I think. Makes 2 balls again. Doesn't get the points and has a look at the 2 as well in the side. Or a very, very tricky hook could be coming here if Yasmin doesn't like it. It's set up perfectly to just lock that cue ball up behind the 9. Yasmin is very good at turning the screw when she has a lead. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks to let your opponent back in. Wouldn't be surprised if she does play the snooker here, or the hook, and just put Jolien right behind that 9 ball. Depends on the angle though. Now it looks like she might be going for it, so she might be able to just go off one rail and back out. Have a bit of a longer 3 ball. Yeah, she was able to just squeeze it out. She needs another good shot here though. 4 just goes in the bottom left. Just lining it up. I wonder if she can top this through. 2 rails. And kind of come to the right side of that 9 and 8. Kind of where the cue ball is now, really. Somewhere over there will be her target. She needs a little bit of spin on this though. That 9 ball and 8 ball is quite big in terms of traffic. Yeah, I think she had to put a bit more spin on that. That's why she's kind of pushed it. Yeah, she lost the cue ball as well. Is she scratching? No. So, a lifeline. Jolien, but not a great deal of options. I mean, potting the 3 doesn't really get you anywhere near the 4 unless you play kind of a cross bank. But even that doesn't maybe get you to the 4. I do like the cross bank over just the standard pot here. Yeah, just played it in such a way. Cue ball's nearly behind that 7. Yasmin could take this one on though. I say that because the natural angle is to come back down that right side of the table. It's tricky, but might be a better percentage play than the safety, because I don't really see a natural safety unless she wants to try and swing the cue ball around a couple of rails with a thin edge off the 3. I think she takes this on. Depending how she catches the 3, I mean, that 8 ball could even come into play. Clip this 3 ball in, come back down, maybe flick off the 8 just because of the line. All depends how thin she catches this 3 ball, really. She's caught it fat, so that's why the cue ball's gone more to the right side of the table. She needs a big bounce here. Oh, I tell you what, that's close. So that tells me she can pot it. Yasmin is having a look over the left side of the table at how far up can she go without being hooked by the 9 on the 6. This is going to be like a pocket speed, dead weight, drop in. She's overcut it a little bit, but that's okay. And there you see in the 8 ball, I think goes in the bottom right and the centre pocket, so this could be the match right here with one more good shot to get on this 8. Take it in the side. Just drop this in. It's a little bit thin, maybe. She's got a stretch here. She'll have to get extension on her cue. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball, really. Just drop this in. Just the question here is, does she have the angle to go forward, or is it a pull back? Just all depends what angle she's got here. Much more favourable if she could go forward and play the 9 in the corner. But as you say, she's drawing it, so it tells you she has to come back for the 9 in the side, maybe. Oh, she's played it well. Yeah, not Jolene's day today in this match, unfortunately. Wasn't able to capitalise on the mistakes, and a couple of dry breaks or illegal breaks, I should say, have punished her. And Yasmin doing what Yasmin does, which is punish all mistakes. But it's the first round match. Yasmin moves on to the next winners round, and Jolene will battle it through on the loser side. But yes, this is the start for both these players, and that's the end of this match. My name's Graham Hickman. Thanks for joining. Hopefully you'll be back to join us for the matches around 6 p.m. local time, when the next matches will be on the stream. But thanks to everybody for joining, and bye for now.